Hi everyone, this is Robert and welcome to IDG Live. This is a pre-recorded live stream, so I don't know exactly when this is going out, but it will be going live at the normal time on a Thursday, and I'm going to set this one up as a premiere, which means that hopefully you will still have the chat there. So hi to you if you are in the chat. I am not here live doing this, so obviously I can't answer any questions in the chat. I'm not entirely sure when this is going to go up, but I will try to pop into the chat if I can for a little bit just to say hello. But that all being said, this is a sequel of sorts to a pre-recorded live stream I did a little while ago, which was asking my patrons for their tinfoil theories, and I would just go through all of their A Song of Ice and Fire tinfoil theories and just say what I think about them, which means that we're going to be moving around quite a bit. We're not just focusing in on one area. We're dotting about Westeros and Essos and a lot of different characters. But um, the idea is to pick up the second half of those questions from my patrons. I got so many of them that the first live stream was going to go on for quite some time. So I split them into two. Hopefully, I've now captured them all. But I quite enjoy doing these ones, so I will probably do another one of these, picking up some questions from down in the comments. So if you are watching this back a little bit later, feel free to drop any tinfoil theories down there. I promise you I will read them and for the previous one, and they will be what we talk about next time. So, all of that said, let's get into this. I will just read my patrons' theories out and then I will tell you what I think about them. First of all, Hermione saying, I don't know if it is considered tinfoil or just an abandoned plot by George R. R. Martin, but what is your view on Tyrion being a secret Targaryen? Especially in the early books, George R. R. Martin drops hints galore on it, but as we progress in the books, it is not mentioned again. It would fit, considering Fagon is probably a Blackfire and the dragon has three heads, no? Do you think this is an actual abandoned plotline? How do you think it would fit into the story if it was not abandoned? Okay, so um, for those who have been watching these live streams for a while, you'll know that this is probably the theory that I've oscillated on the most over time. I'm very open about that. I think that George R. R. Martin has left it in a way that it could go either way. Certainly, when we started out in book one, there was a lot of hints, clues, imagery surrounding Tyrion and Targaryeniness, dragons, things like that. For example, he loved gazing into the flames. He adored, was obsessed with dragons. He knew lots and lots of lore about dragons. When he goes to King's Landing, he goes down to where those huge dragon skulls are, and you can compare. George R. R. Martin clearly did this very deliberately. When Arya goes down there, all of the language is about the shadows and the teeth that being really kind of like almost attacking her in using the language. Tyrion, however, finds them comforting. He thinks that they're beautiful. It's this huge kind of comparison between the two that Tyrion clearly feels at home with the dragons, even though he's never obviously seen a live dragon. Arya does not. She feels very out of place. And this is played up a huge amount, even with the Jon Snow thing, as though emphasizing we're alike, you and I. We're the same. You're a bastard. I'm a dwarf. You know, all dwarfs are bastards in their father's eyes. That kind of thing. Trying to create this kind of symmetry between the two of them. In fact, that George R. R. Martin deliberately creates a symmetry between the three, Jon, Tyrion, and Daenerys. When you just look at their big stories, you'll see that these are all orphans whose mothers died giving birth to them, who were raised assuming that Tyrion's Tywin, therefore, isn't Tyrion's real father, by men who were not their father. Um, so this, and they're all kind of placed as these kind of like outcasts in one way or another. So George R. R. Martin is creating this kind of symbolic triangle of these three characters. But then It does all go very quiet. For most of the next 3 books, we don't really hear about that all that much. Tyrion gets embroiled in what's happening in King's Landing and the like, until we get to A Dance with Dragons, where his story arc suddenly gets focused in on dragons again. He arrives, his first chapter is there when Illyrio, he arrives, he drank his way across the narrow sea, he arrives in Pentos, Illyrio's manse, and basically Illyrio is there trying to give him some hope, something uh, to keep him motivated to move forward. And that first chapter ends with Daenerys and dragons. And this is Tyrion hearing about dragons. And then through the book, it's him trying to get towards the dragons. Even when you get young Griff, who he's with for a long time, they decide not to hang around and wait for the dragons. They're just going to go after Westeros before that. But Tyrion gets removed from that storyline, moved from that plot line, and heads off with Sajora, and they get taken by various people, but they end up down in Meereen. While he's there with young Griff on the Shy Maid, he is told to write a book about all of his knowledge of dragons. We're coming back to this idea of him being an expert about dragons, being obsessed with dragons. And so when we get to the very end, and even we see it start with the pre-release chapters we have for him in the Winds of Winter, the dragons are there. We get, in fact, in that pre-released, I say that, we've technically got 2, I suspect they will be merged into one, chapter from the Winds of Winter that George R. R. Martin has given us. We get the focus not just on the dragons in the sky, because there are 2 dragons in the sky, but he's playing a game of Syvas, and it's about a dragon. One of the pieces is a dragon which falls to the floor. So this is very much a plot line or bit of symbolism which was there to start with, then faded into the background, and then reappeared, which often implies one of those things that George R. R. Martin was thinking about having as a major plot point when he was thinking of this as a trilogy. And he packed a lot of information in because he knew that it would have to pay off quite soon because he only had 3 books. But then as the story expanded and expanded, he had to kind of like put the brakes on it, and then he would introduce it later. Classic example here is the Isle of Faces. You get lots of references to the Isle of Faces very randomly in the first book, or in fact in the first half or 2/3 of book 1, and then it goes quiet about the Isle of Faces for most of the rest of the story. As if George R. Martin is thinking, well, I have to tee up the Isle of Faces here because I've only got a trilogy, but then it's like, actually I've got 7 books, so I should just dampen down that for a little while, and then we'll come back to it. So, what do I think about all of this? The general feel across the fandom, I think, is that this is possible. Certainly, when you look at the idea here, this is completely new to you, the idea here is that he is actually the bastard-born child of Joanna Lannister, his mother, obviously, but Aerys, King Aerys II, the Mad King. And is that possible? Yes, it's possible. We know that Aerys certainly liked Joanna, and certainly took certain liberties at various times, and he certainly had the kind of relationship with Tywin where he would want to be making a point and annoy him, and so a lot of this kind of like does tie in. The flip side is that actually this works really well. If Tywin is there acting as if Tyrion is not his son, it actually works really well if he is. That brings a whole new kind of character tragedy going on there. And he is the one who, even Jenna Lannister, who comes across as being relatively sensible, she pointed out to Tywin that Tyrion is the son who is most like him. He's the child that Tywin has got, who is like him. His brain works in the same strategic way. There's a coldness to him which we see come out quite a lot more in book Tyrion, it has to be said, than show Tyrion. But Tywin does not like that idea. So, where do I stand on this? I mean, this is definitely it is sort of a theory, but it's one that until we get more, I'm still on the line about. George R. Martin could write this either way. I think probably the kind of deciding evidence will be how Tyrion is like when he meets the dragons, because presumably that will happen at some point in the first bit of the Winds of Winter. We're going to have the Battle of Fire over there, the Second Siege of Marine. Then he's going to all the hints that we've got so far is that the defenders will win that. Tyrion has persuaded the Second Sons, the sellsword group that he's with, to switch sides to Daenerys' side. So after that is done, he will presumably make himself known to Sir Barristan, who is acting ruler of Meereen at the time. Sir Barristan will then obviously sort of be he'll be aware of Tyrion, he knows Tyrion, but he'll be waiting to see when Dany comes back how she might react to this person who Sir Barristan will know is very competent. He will probably know the underlying tensions with the rest of the Lannisters, but he is still a Lannister, and the Lannisters are the people on the Iron Throne. So he will be waiting for Dany to return to make a decision about that. And at some point, Tyrion will come into contact with the dragons, and we'll see how they react to him as much as how he reacts to them. Okay, Corvus Corax. The theory. Lyanna was this generation's Nissa. Eddard gave Lyanna the gift of mercy with dawn, and when he did, the blade began to glow. Any flame-melted tower bricks had to be hidden and buried in cairns. That is why Ned didn't claim the blade for himself and rushed Dawn to Starfall, where it has not been seen in public, nor has a new Sword of the Morning been named. So I like this as a kind of a more thematic kind of theory. The practicalities, I think, don't quite work for me here. Ned was never going to claim the blade. I mean, he's too honourable. Whether or not you think that it's a bit suspect that he diverted himself to take that straight back to Starfall is neither here nor there. He's too honourable a person to take what will be well known in the Seven Kingdoms as being the sword that belongs to House Dane, and has done for millennia. He wasn't going to claim it for himself. The idea that he might have done a mercy killing of Lyanna, I don't personally see any evidence for that. Surely, when he remembers these things, and he does, it's not just in a fever dream. He has lots of memories of her saying, "Promise me, Ned." That's the thing he remembers, "Promise me, Ned," and her dying, not him getting a sword out, not him even taking hold of Dawn. So none of that is there any hint of. And the idea, personally, I think that we need a new Lightbringer to be reforged in some way. That doesn't seem to work for me either. We have got Lightbringer. Nobody seems to imply that we need a new forging of Lightbringer. And if we did, then we would presumably see it forged, not just see a sword which is already there be plunged into yet another woman's breast. That doesn't quite work for me. So I see why you might like that. The flame-melted tower bricks had to be hidden and buried in cairns bit, I think, is a great logical conclusion from that we've got a big fiery sword. But I think that Ned's post-traumatic stress here of what goes on is enough in and of itself to be doing the things, the tearing down the tower, making cairns, things like that. That, for me, explains it already. We don't actually need to have this extra layer of he has to hide somewhere, which, when I have speculated on myself in the past, that maybe that he had to hide the stones in the tower because some strange magic or something happened. Corvus Corax again are saying a theory. Bloodraven saw the wall fall with a Blackfire on the throne, and this will come to pass in the next book with Fagon. I really like this, I have to say. So the idea of Bloodraven is, we obviously know that he's this Greenseer, but he also has Targaryen magic because he's half Targaryen too. And so kind of combining these, the idea that he might have had some visions of the future to do with the prince that was promised, the second long night, yes, absolutely. And all the evidence we have seems to suggest that he is working to find the prince that was promised, to support them, all of that. So the idea that he might have had his own visions works for me. He also seems, and I'm not going to go into all of the detail now, he also seems very clearly, in my mind, to have been focused in on trying to make sure that the line of the Targaryens goes to exactly the right line in order for the prince that was promised to be the right person. That does seem to have been what he was doing. And as part of that, as well as lots of random Targaryen accidents, we also get a lot of Blackfire deaths. Bloodraven was around during the Blackfire rebellions, most of them anyway, as Hand of the King, or a little bit before that, helping lead the fight against them. And what is noticeable is not just that Bloodraven, as a Targaryen loyalist, was fighting against the Blackfires, but he goes out of his way to personally kill the Blackfires. He makes sure that they are dead. He doesn't leave this to anyone else. He doesn't just lead armies into battle. It's him focusing his fire and attention on that. And when I say that, then the original Daemon Blackfire and his two sons were killed by Daemon himself and his Raven's Teeth, his personal guard, firing arrows down on them. We're told guided by sorcery, which may or may not be the case, but this was definitely Daemon himself or his personal troop who he directed to aim their fire at those Blackfires. So immediately we have 3 killed by him on his particular orders. Then we get Daemon the Second, who is the John the Fiddler from the Mystery Knight. He isn't killed there in that story. He is in fact held hostage in the Black Cells under the Red Keep for a little while. Bloodraven's political calculation appears to be, if we hold the Blackfire heir, then we're preventing another Blackfire invasion because they haven't got a Blackfire heir to rally around. However, at some point, Daemon II died. Which perhaps isn't that mysterious, but by this time, clearly, the Red Keep and the Black Cells are under the control of Bloodraven, so on his watch once more. Fagon, the next of in the third Blackfire Rebellion, we're not told exactly, but he was killed dishonorably after relinquishing his sword after a battle. Implication there, Bloodraven was there. The implication it was him. Then he definitely killed Aenys Blackfire, who, when we had the Great Council, which was choosing the, it would eventually decide Aegon V would be made king, but it was deciding who that would be. One of the Blackfires came across to press his claim for the crown. Bloodraven guaranteed him safe passage. But the moment he arrived in Westeros, he had him arrested and personally killed. So, Bloodraven does personally go out of his way to eliminate Blackfires. This absolutely lines up with this idea that he might have seen a Blackfire on the throne, and that was when, in his vision, the wall falls. And it works perfectly. We don't have any evidence to say this did happen, but it works perfectly. And the irony that Fagon, young Griff, may sit on the throne not claiming to be a Blackfire, in fact, not even believing he is a Blackfire, but probably secretly being one, when the wall falls, that really does work for me. Commander Ray, The seasons, the others, and the trees are all affected or created by the children of the forest, who were certainly protecting themselves but went too far with it. In doing so, I posit that the Weirwoods themselves were altered with the creation of the others, whether as depicted in the show with a piece of dragonglass to the heart or other means. I think they gave the first other great powers, and this power over cold, as we all believe, led to the strange seasons, but I think it also affected the trees, turning them white as snow and leaves blood red. I think to reverse the cold, not only do the others need to be stopped, but so too must the trees be healed. The Isle of Faces, perhaps, and maybe it requires a sacrifice, a fiery one, as only death can pay for life. Yes, I'm saying John sacrifices Danny on the Isle of Faces. Okay, well, so where do we go with this? I think the place I will start is with an agreement that all of this is connected and together. And I will take you back to the blurb on the very first edition of Book One, A Game of Thrones. So this was cleared by George R. R. Martin, and this is what is before anyone knew this was going to be the massive behemoth it is. His trying to tell potential readers a little bit of information that might entice them to read the story. And so this is what it is. Long ago, in a time forgotten, a preternatural event threw the seasons out of balance. In a land where summers can last decades and winters a lifetime, trouble is brewing. The cold is returning, and in the frozen wastes to the north of Winterfell, sinister and supernatural forces are massing beyond the kingdom's protective wall. At the center of the conflict lie the Starks of Winterfell, a family as harsh and unyielding as the land they were born to. Sweeping from a land of brutal cold to a distant summertime king of Epicurean plenty, here is a tale of lords and ladies, soldiers and sorcerers, assassins and bastards, who come together in a time of grim omens. Now, I really enjoy that. I think that's fantastic. But I want to focus in on this first line, the line which hooks us in, the line that tells us about the history of this world. Long ago, in a time forgotten, a preternatural event threw the seasons out of balance. So, the cause of the seasons being out of balance is a preternatural event, a magical event, and a not natural event. So, my take on this is that in order to get the seasons back in order, we have to undo, or balanced again, we have to undo that preternatural event. And my general take is that probably, in the absence of any further evidence, probably the Children of the Forest did create the others. And that is indeed a preternatural event. They had to use so much power that it kind of like wobbled the world out of balance. Now, if that sounds a little bit like a wibbly wobbly timey wimey kind of description, that's actually okay, because George R. R. Martin, whenever he's asked about the seasons being out of balance, and people come to him and say, "Well, I think what this is that the moon did that, and then this put the planet at an axis, which means it's sort of moving at and he says, no, you're overthinking this. This is a fantasy story. Don't look for sci-fi answers to this. Look for a fantasy answer for this. This is a magical answer. This was caused by a magical thing. He doesn't go on to say this, but this is the clear implication. This was caused by a magical thing, and therefore, in order to rectify it, we need another magical thing to kind of undo whatever the first thing was. So this all leads to my working hypothesis that what we're looking for is not just a way to kill the others. It's a way to undo the magic that brought them into being. Now, how do we do that? The TV show, I think, was kind of straining at this a little bit. Didn't quite, and this happened quite a lot, I think, with the TV show, is that they had an answer from George R. R. Martin, but didn't really know how to show it in the way that, because they were rushing through it so quickly, in a way that felt emotionally satisfying. So what they did was they had the White Walkers were created by dragonglass to the heart in front of a weirwood tree, and they were undone by Valyrian steel to the heart in front of a weirwood tree. That was the kind of the way of undoing the magic. And so if you remember back on the TV show, when you kill the Night King, then all the other White Walkers just go. It's as if the magic has been undone. So I think that's what they were kind of straining to do there. I think in the books, we will similarly have to undo that magic. Now, how does that magic get undone? The what you're suggesting about a sacrifice, a fiery sacrifice, in the Isle of Faces. I mean, I'm not saying no to that. I don't think that the sacrifice itself will be the thing necessarily, but if we're going to do magic, if it is weirwood magic, then all magic requires sacrifice in some way. So possibly. Marcus Risman. Hello and 7 blessings, Robert, and to you too. This is in no way an attempt to shoehorn in my favourite mystery, the Rosby Ward, with all its endless possibilities and the ways it could have affected the story, but a tinfoil theory I came across on the Song of Ice and Fire subreddit, that Varys might be, or at least be behind, the ward in Rosby. It would explain where he's been hiding all this time, could position Rosby as a Fagon supporter, and given his mastery of disguise, why not? Okay, so, Rosby and the ward of Rosby. This is a mystery which sort of appears a couple of times in the last couple of books in the Song of Ice and Fire. Rosby itself, just so you can kind of place it in the map in your mind, is it's a small castle with a few surrounding buildings, farms, things like that. One of the characters describes it as little more than a widening of the road. So it's not hugely important in and of itself, but it is on an important road, which is the road which heads up to Duskendale. It is really close to King's Landing, so strategically where it is quite important. But it's just a small castle. Now, Rosby is therefore often, and we get Rosbys involved in this story if we go back through history quite a lot, because of their proximity to King's Landing. This is one of the closest places that you get to King's Landing that is not actually King's Landing. And so the Lords of Rosby are often in King's Landing for various reasons. The Lord of Rosby during this story is a guy called Giles Rosby, who's quite an old guy. And he does come to King's Landing and sort of come into Cersei's circle. And it turns out that he doesn't have any heirs. At least he doesn't have any children of his own. There's always an heir. If you go hunting, who's the next in line, you can always find somebody who's next in line, even if they are some very distant relative. But he had no children, so this could be a bit disputed. He did, however, have a ward, we're told, and the ward seems to have stayed in Rosby while he goes off to King's Landing. And the first we read about this is when Lollis Stokeworth and her husband are making their way to King's Landing, and they complain when they get there. They complain that they weren't allowed to spend the night at Rosby. The reason being that the ward did not let them. Why is this important? Well, Giles Rosby, very old. Lollis Stokeworth thinks that she actually might well be next in line and should probably inherit this castle of Rosby. The ward presumably also has a claim of sorts. And so the ward saying no to Lollis Stokeworth was basically a way of, like, was it Lollis? Felice? Anyway, one of the Stokeworths, was a way of saying no, I'm not letting you make your claim. Then Giles Rosby dies. And Cersei's take is, well, first of all, she thinks, oh, we've got a castle up for grabs now. There's no obvious heir. Maybe I'll give it to Orain Waters, is her first thought. Her new favourite, the Admiral, who is a lord, but he's also a bastard from the Valerions, and so he's not going to inherit anything. And so although he's called lord, he doesn't have any lands, and he's kind of like subtly kind of like saying, yeah, I really should have somewhere. He wants to inherit Dragonstone. He's not going to get that. But Cersei thinks, well, maybe Rosby. But this is kind of put to one side because there's a lot going on in King's Landing, and so we'll leave this be. It turns out there's 6 different people all claiming this at one point, and then we learn that the ward at Rosby himself is kind of like basically he's not letting anyone in. He's ruling there as heir, and so he's basically claimed it for himself. So Cersei again thinks, well, maybe I'll just strip it. Pycelle kind of like is like, well, maybe we should have like some sort of proper legal situation where we would talk to all these people and decide who actually is. And Cersei says, well, why don't we just take all of their gold and everything there, and then we can give the castle to somebody after that, and we can tell everyone Giles Rosby's dying wish was that the money go to Tommen. But again, all of this is kind of like brushed aside. There are more important things going on. Rosby is not huge and significant in and of itself. So that's all the background. But this has led to people wondering who might this ward be, because we're never told a name. We're told a few hints. Cersei says that he's not of the blood of Giles Rosby. And we also hear that he's from I can't remember the exact word, but not a great ground of like parentage. So, is this a bastard, or is this maybe somebody who's from a family that's quite low down the rankings and people don't really like them? It's never made 100% clear. Probably definitely the fan favorite idea is that this ward is a guy called Olyvar Frey. Olyvar Frey is obviously one of the Freys. He was, when all was sweetness and light between the Freys and Robb Stark, he was made Robb Stark's squire. And he heads off on the campaign with him, and he becomes really good friends. He becomes devoted to Robb, in fact. But then he gets recalled back up when Robb marries. He gets recalled back up to the twins. And by the time Robb arrives there, which will be for the Red Wedding, he doesn't know this obviously at the time, one of the little red flags that Kat notices is the lack of Olyvar Frey, who would have been an ally to Robb. And she asks, where is he? And the answer is basically he's been sent away. And this is all fine. This is Walder Frey can do as he wants with his household, but it's still okay. So this is one person who would be on our side who has been conveniently taken away, and he's not the only person. So that's a mystery in and of itself. Where has Olyvar Frey gone? And this might all tie together because his mother, Olyvar Frey's mother, was a Rosby. We don't know the exact relationship here, but it means that it would make sense that if Walder Frey sends him off somewhere to be a ward, say, then he might send him back to the other side of his family. This, incidentally, he has done a few different times with other sort of children and the like. He sort of sends them off to, wherever they came from, wherever their mother was. That's where he sends them back to be a ward. So that would kind of make sense. Added to which, we also have the Maester of Rosby, it would appear, we're told in passing, is another Frey, a bastard Frey, who went to study at the Citadel. So the link is strong. And there's also the fact that the Stokeworths, who are clear Lannister allies, were not allowed in, does tie in with this idea of Olyvar, who will have definitely been sympathetic to Robb because they got on really well and he really liked him. And then Robb was killed, and can he really... It's his own family who did it, so maybe he can't really take it out on his own family, but he definitely could on the other people involved, the Lannisters. So all that kind of ties in. And so it's still a small mystery. We don't have huge amounts of information yet, but this seems to me the most likely candidate. Could it be Varys? Well, yes, I guess. Though the timing of the ward there does seem to it doesn't quite add up in terms of when Varys kind of disappears, and he can't have just suddenly turned up and like said, "Hey, I'm going to hide here and pretend to be your ward." There has to have been some kind of pre-existing thing there which we don't know about. Added to which, he's also a little bit old to be a ward. So the wards are generally their sort of children. A ward is someone who is basically being fostered in a household, brought up, and when they get old enough, then they can go off and do their own thing. Varys is not. We don't get an exact age for Varys, but he's been serving as Master of Whisperers for 2 decades now, so you'd have to say he's at least in his 40s. Which, as I say, is a bit old to be a ward. And is this where Varys might be hiding out? Again, possibly, but my instinct is, given what we see when he does reappear with Kevin Lannister, that he's actually been staying in the Red Keep. He knows all the secret corridors, and that's where he's been staying. Ninja Robbo 1 saying, "Hi Robert, I hope you're well." I am, thank you. Here's my contribution. The crannogmen are actually massive. We only ever actually meet the Reeds. What if they're just an exceptionally short family and the rest are gigantic? The Iron Men at Moat Cailin seem to get shot a lot, but don't appear to have actually seen a crannogman. And others, notably Freys, spout a lot of stereotypes, but again, don't seem to have actually seen any. Maybe the rumours about being tiny frog eaters was perpetuated by the crannogmen themselves to appear less threatening to the rest of Westeros. Winds will end with the others breaking through the wall and destroying Winterfell before being destroyed by a horde of 8-foot crannogmen with obsidian knuckle dusters. Well, I love that imagery, so thank you very much for that. Much as I like this idea that we could have got it completely wrong about the crannogmen, that maybe they are giants, really, and everybody's just got this misconceptions about them. I like that, but I can't see any kind of evidence for this. Yes, we don't know anyone who's like met a crannogman other than House Reed. House Reed are the only crannogmen. We only have 4 named crannogmen at all in this entire story. So yes, theoretically they could be hiding in there, but given the fact that Ned clearly knew them, and there's never any hint there that he thinks that they're giants. And then Mira Reed, when she's telling Bran the story of the Night of the Laughing Tree, she mentions, when talking about Howland, her father, that crannogmen are smaller than most. Now, she's got absolutely no reason to lie to Bran. She could have just said, us Reeds are smaller than most, or Howland was a small man. She could have said all of those things, but no, she says crannogmen are. Why would she do that when she's just talking to Bran? There's no need. So I like the idea, but I didn't think there's much supporting evidence there. Stephen Donnelly saying, "Hello, Robert. I have wondered whether Patchface is a long-lost descendant of Sarah Targaryen, which may partially explain his prophetic tendencies. As I think we last hear of Sarah in Volantis, and likewise Patchface was discovered in Volantis by Lord Stephen Baratheon many years later." Okay, so Sarah Targaryen, for those who do not know, she is daughter of Jaehaerys and Alysanne, and there was a big scandal around her when she was growing up, which was basically as a sex scandal. When you read exactly what happened, then you think, well, yes, this is a bit risque for the time, and for sort of public facing, and Jaehaerys was really quite prudish about all of this, it would appear. But he slams down hard on her and basically says, this is out of order. And he kills one of the men involved. There were 3 men involved. He kills one of the men involved in hand-to-hand combat. He orders her basically locked in her room. She does try and steal a dragon to escape at one point. He gets very angry about that, and eventually he decides to send her down to Old Town to train up to be one of to be a sector, basically. And she escapes from there. She gets on a boat. She goes all the way over to Lys, where she becomes, or she joins a brothel, and from there she sort of seems to go up in the world. She becomes a madam. She moves to Volantis. She owns her own pillow house there, and she seems to do incredibly well. When you have towards the end of Jaehaerys' reign, when there's a great council to decide who's going to be king after him, people thought about her because she was obviously one of his children, and her response was that she had no desire to, because she had her own kingdom in Volantis. So that's the story. The kind of the heartbreaking bit here is that clearly this played into the relationship between Jaehaerys in particular and his daughter. He told Alicent, he banned her from being in contact with her own daughter, and he didn't want to hear talk of her at all until at the very end, when he seems to have it's vague, they didn't use these terms, but he seemed to have had some kind of dementia and mistaking one person for another. He mistook Alicent, who was there reading him stories and sort of looking after him and stuff. He mistook her for Sarah, which shows that Sarah was still very clearly in his mind. Probably the greatest regret and tragedy that he had. So that's the story. Would she have had children? She definitely did have children. We're told that one of them was the spitting image of Jaehaerys when he was younger. Does this mean that she probably had descendants in Volantis? Yes, almost certainly. The thing is, the people in Volantis, those within the inner city, inside the Black Wall of Volantis, they consider themselves to be pure blood, effectively. They are descendants from the Balerions. And so they have those kind of same Balerion features. So, is it possible that Patchface is one of the descendants of her? Because this, let's not forget, Jaehaerys was 250 years before the story we've got right now. So, or when Patchface came in, then we're certainly well over 2 centuries. He's quite a few generations down, so is it possible that he could have, because he was a slave, let's not forget, he wasn't a free person, he was a slave. He has tattoos over his face, slave tattoos over his face in Motley. He was brought back by Steffon Baratheon to amuse his children, basically. So could he be? Yeah, he could. We don't have a history of Volantis. We do not know what happens there. That's absolutely possible. Also, probably quite unlikely, but it's absolutely possible. Might this explain his prophetic tendencies? So, as far as we're aware, these only came out after the drowning incident. So, Steffon Baratheon comes back. Patchface is on the boat sinks. It's thought everyone dies. A week or 5 days or something later, Patchface is found washed up, everyone thinks this is just another body. Then he kind of wakes up, but he's not the same as he used to be. He's clearly different from what he used to be. And his little rhymes that he would sing are quite often prophetic. Now, it's probably an important distinction to say that the people in the story don't seem to notice. And why would they? These are very vague kind of prophetic utterings about things that happen under the sea. And it's only when we sort of look back at them that we go, he's talking about the Red Wedding there. That kind of thing. So Melisandre clearly thinks he's dangerous. She can sense something magical going on with him, but most people can't. So the implication is that he didn't have this ability or whatever it is before the sinking of the ship, and it happened afterwards. That, to me, doesn't seem like a Targaryen thing. And similarly, he doesn't seem to have dragon dreams of some kind. He doesn't seem to have anything very fire-related or anything like that. It's very much under the sea, this and that. His magic and his whatever way he has of seeing the future comes through this prism of under the sea. Ninja Robo 2 saying if I can have a second one. Yes, absolutely. I present the answer to all the riddles. N plus L equals J. And for those who aren't au fait with this kind of thing, this is a theory that Ned and Lyanna had a child called Jon. So we're in the incest world once more, which, whatever we may think of it, and I suspect I know what most of us think about it, this is very much present in George R. R. Martin's world. So, Ninja Robbo says, this explains Ned's complete mental breakdown, tearing down towers for no reason, forgetting to bring his friends' bodies back north, then blocking the whole thing from his mental, and never thinking about it in his POV, and getting really dark when Catelyn brings it up. Benjen fleeing Winterfell in disgust to get a new family with the Watch and their incredibly strained relationship thereafter. Ned telling Robert he never knew Lyanna properly, not like he did. Ned's cold relationship with Cat. She often thinks about how distant he is, and he usually calls her my lady. Promise me, Ned, to raise their joint son together properly, which Ned insists on doing despite Cat's objections. And the tin on the foil, Ned thinks positively of Rhaegar, because Rhaegar was helping them to elope to Dorne. Being a Targaryen, Rhaegar was presumably very pro-incest. Good guy Rhaegar takes pregnant Lyanna separately to Ned to avoid suspicion. The whole Brandon misinformation thing happens, leading to the war, which Ned has to take part in to maintain the facade. Rhaegar asks his best buddy Arthur to guard Lyanna while the whole war thing happens, but doesn't tell him why. Then Rhaegar dies and is thus unable to tell Arthur et al. To let Ned into the Tower of Joy, leading to that whole debacle. Okay, so there's a lot there. I should probably say out front that I don't agree with this one, which probably shouldn't surprise you. And the main reason, although I won't major on that now, I will do another live stream, perhaps a pre-recorded live stream with all of the evidence here. R plus L equals J. Rhaegar and Lyanna had a son, and that was Jon. The mountain of evidence that is there is huge. So we're putting against that some thoughts of maybe it happened this way compared to the mountain of evidence that we've got in favor of R plus L equals J. So that's the first thing. Then you talk about Ned's post-traumatic stress. I don't think, perhaps being because he was in love with Lyanna, I don't think we need an extra level for this. Let's just, boiling down to, if we take R plus L equals J as true, or even if you think it's some other variation of that, Ned has just, as a very young person still, gone through a war which has been completely avoidable and was caused by his family in some way. Yes, Aerys was this driving force for it, but Lyanna went off with Rhaegar. And that sparked Brandon to go charging down to confront the Mad King, or Rhaegar and the Mad King. There's a very good chance that Benjen might have been able to stop a lot of this by saying what he knew, but he didn't do it. All of that is weighing down on Ned, and all through it, he has to accept the fact that his sister, who was supposed to be marrying Robert Baratheon, actually decided to go with someone else despite his advice. He then discovers that she's now got a child and she's died, and he has to look after this child and pretend this child isn't hers, and he has to lie to his best friend. Everything is just too much for Ned, and that does not need extra levels to explain his post-traumatic stress. For me, he has been through so much in 18 months, that man, and him holding it together to not have an actual breakdown, I think, is a win enough. The Targaryens, other points you making, Targaryens being or Rhaegar being presumably very pro-incest, I think, for me, I think it's important to make this distinction that the Targaryens are not, in my view, pro-incest. They are pro themselves being okay with that, because they're trying to retain the purity of the blood of the dragon. And they think that they're different to everyone else. We never read of the Targaryens saying everyone should be allowed to do incest. That doesn't ever seem to cross any Targaryen's mind. They don't actually care what other people do. You worship the Faith of Seven, that's fine. Do you. We're different. And that is their stance, rather than trying to be promoting it elsewhere. That doesn't seem to be what they're wanting. And then also this idea of, Ned and Rhaegar being close enough to come up with a plot that would rip apart the Seven Kingdoms. I can't see any real evidence for. Ned clearly had been around Rhaegar a bit. He thinks about him. He seems to have views on his character, but there seem more sort of like observational views of somebody rather than my friend Rhaegar was not like that. It's like he didn't come across as. That's the feel we've got here. Ned thinks that Rhaegar didn't seem the type to frequent brothels, but he doesn't say Rhaegar didn't frequent brothels. That was just that language distinction, I think, is quite important, because it shows that Ned is just observing somebody from the outside rather than actually knowing what they were like. So this doesn't hang together for me, but those nitpicks are, for me, much less important than the huge weight of evidence that R+L=J is true. Johnny Seriani saying, "Good morrow, Robert, and to you too. Please poke holes in this theory that I came up with on a whim, as I'm sure it's very wrong, but I can't recall enough details in the moment to disprove it. Night's king was Azor Ahai, and his wife, the female other, was Nisa. This is why no one knows what happened with Night's king, as well as the whole story of the last hero and the long night. They are one and the same. Jon Snow is Azor Ahai reborn, but that also means that he is the new Night's king, the king in the north, the true north. However, this time, instead of wedding a magical woman of ice, he will do so with one of fire, Daenerys. Just like last time, he will have to kill her to end the long night. Old Man told Bran that the Night's King was possibly a Brock Bolton, but more likely a bastard-born Stark. But that's just what the Starks want to tell themselves. He may have been a true-born Stark, maybe even named Bran. Where do we start with this one? I think the first bit to say is we need to make the distinction in our minds between the Night King and Night's King, which is the latter being George R. R. Martin's one. And he has very clearly said these are different characters. So Night's King was the 13th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. He saw from atop the wall a beautiful woman with pale skin and blue eyes that he fell in love with, and she's written in the legends that we have as very much like a female other. Anyway, he married her. They set up in the Night Fort, basically a reign of terror sacrifices to the others, and then eventually the good guys had to come and sort it all out. But his name was then wiped from history. So that's the legend. We have to give the usual disclaimer about George R. Martin legends that he wants us to have, that we should not take them as literally true. These are from thousands of years ago, passed down through oral tradition. They will have changed, been some bits added in, some bits taken out, some bits amplified, some bits played down. What happened then is not the same as the legends that we read about and hear about that have come down from there. Now, that all being said, I think there is definitely some kind of mirrorism, symbolic linking here between Jon and the Night's King, in as much as Jon is probably going to die and come back, and he has been given this kind of, as you say, this kind of Azor Ahai prince that was promised symbolism, but he might well indeed marry a woman of fire rather than a woman of ice. So there is kind of like a playing with these kind of themes that's going on here. But my take overall is that we do have different stories. We've got The Last Hero, we've got Azor Ahai, the Forging of Lightbringer, and we have the Battle for the Dawn. To me, they work better just at a very high level. The details we don't need to worry about, but at a high level as part of the same story. We're just getting fragments of it. The Last Hero, everything was going wrong and bad, and winter had descended, and he went off to try and find some help with his companions. He eventually finds the Children of the Forest, who give him their assistance and help him with his sword gets broken, and so they'll be replacing that in some way. Then we get this story of a forging of a new sword, Lightbringer, and then which he allegedly uses to be killing monsters. Then we get the War for the Dawn, where the Night's Watch fight the others and push them back. Now that kind of works for me in that everything was wrong, bad, and they didn't know how to fight the others. Then they learn from the Children of the Forest, they make the weapons that they need to do, and then they're fighting them using those weapons, which is something to do with Valyrian steel, something to do with dragonglass. All of that works for me as a sort of a high-level narrative when we don't worry too much about the details of this. So let's go on to a theory from Alexander the Just Okay, saying, "Hello, Robert. Tinfoil theory. Bloodraven is evil." So I'll first start by saying I agree with you that he is good, as he is guiding Jon and the like, as I've heard you discuss in other videos, but I'd like to entertain the theory that he is evil. I'd like to particularly get your take on the sentence. I'll paraphrase. Bloodraven says something like, "Darkness will be your cloak, friend, your mother's milk." What does this mean? Bloodraven describes the darkness to Bran in a positive way, comparing it to not one but a few other things, meaning he says friend, cloak, mother's milk, rather than a one-off throwaway line. I'm not a master here, such as I'm excited for your opinion, but to me this sentence seems important, or that George R. R. Martin wanted us to note it. I wonder what it means. Azor Ahai, Lightbringer, Dawn, it seems we want light, not dark, so it's an interesting sentence. Okay, so I should probably start by just sort of clarifying my position. I find Bloodraven a fascinating character. I don't think I would ever categorize him as good. I don't think George R. R. Martin does characters that are good or evil per se. I think that he creates characters that everyone, he often likes sort of quoting this, everyone is a hero in their own story. So Bloodraven thinks that he is doing good, but he seems very much to be in the trying to do the greater good. He's willing to do dark things in order to achieve what he considers to be the right outcome. So I don't think that makes him good per se, but I think that does mean that he is supporting a number of the characters that we may wish to support, like Jon, in order to achieve the ends that he thinks that they ought to be achieving. So I think that's the first point. As for that sentence, let's just give it a bit of context, and I'll give you the exact quote. So this is when Bran, he's reached Bloodraven's cave, and he's there with Jojen and Mira and Hodor, and we have what's essentially a training montage chapter, which is and the mood is really weird in this chapter. It has to be said. I think some of George R. Martin's best writing, but we can sense we're seeing this all from Bran's perspective, and we're just like picking up on bits and pieces here. Jojen has arrived and seems to have just kind of given up hope. Mira's there, just not really sure what now. We've come all this way north, and now what are we gonna do? And Bran is there, having arrived, and he's like, "Are you going to now make me walk?" And it's like, "No, you're not, but we'll do more magic-y stuff." And he's then spending a lot of his time sort of exploring these caves as Hodor, but thinks he's doing this secretly, that nobody else knows that this is him doing this. It's this kind of weird, uncertain atmosphere, and in this really creepy place that's caverns in this hill underground. We have room full of bones and skulls. We have this scary ancient guy who's hooked up to the Weirwood network, which is a weird thing in and of itself. He's there with roots going through him. He cannot move. There's one that comes out through his eye socket. It's really grim and kind of grisly. And we have Bran, this small child, who he is at the time. But forget the TV show age. Well, I don't know what age the actor actually was at the time, but he's still a lot younger here. I think he's about 8. So he's still a small child. And he's like, "Well, what's happening now?" And the answer seems to be, "Well, now we plug you into the Weirwood network. You sit here right next to this old guy who's got roots coming out of parts of his body, and just make yourself comfortable." And the implication is you're going to stay. That's it. We brought you up here. We'll make you stay. And Mira's talking about, when we leave, but not you, you'll be staying here. And so this is the idea that he's got, that he is now going to be stuck there. And we get this. There he sat, listening to the hoarse whispers of his teacher. "Never fear the darkness, Bran." The Lord's words were accompanied by a faint rustling of wood and leaf, a slight twisting of his head. "The strongest trees are rooted in the dark places of the earth. Darkness will be your cloak, your shield, your mother's milk. Darkness will make you strong." So he's almost kind of reassuring him. He's trying to give him, yes, you're going to be stuck here in the darkness. You're not going to be able to get out, but don't be afraid of it, because by this point, Brynden River's Bloodraven is half tree, really. And that is where Bran has to be. So he has to start thinking like a tree as well. And trees are half underground. So that's the kind of the feel we've got. But there's one other sentence which I think we should probably just note here, which follows on from this. The moon was a crescent, thin and sharp as the blade of a knife. And that is a phrase which is repeated throughout this chapter. It's like this drum beat that happens 4, 5, 6 times maybe. And I think the idea is it's almost like we're supposed to see this as a passage of time. The moon is once more a crescent. We've gone through a whole month. But this is sharp. This is dark. This isn't like the moon being a reassuring presence. Thin and sharp as the blade of a knife. This is darkness. So I absolutely 100% get this idea that Bran is being told to embrace and like the darkness and the macabre nature of what's going on here. Um, We've not even talked about Jojen Paste, which is sort of happens in a little bit here, but this is a dark, dark chapter for Bran. So absolutely, we're supposed to think of this as not that good. But then, um, does this mean that we should think of this character as evil? I think we should think of him as being multi-layered. But the immediate context of that was to try to make Bran feel comfortable. It's a weird way of saying it, but that was what was going on. Stephen saying, I believe your theory about Gerald Dane, Darkstar, that he will steal the Sword of Dawn and bring it into the story. But some years ago, I came up with a pretty implausible tinfoil theory about him that I want to share. I thought that he might end up ingratiating himself to Cersei and become her lover, becoming a replacement for Jaime, and that she would appoint him to the Kingsguard of her own personal Queensguard as a kind of dark reflection of Arthur Dayne. The theory I imagined is that Darkstar will turn up unexpectedly in the Reach, fighting the Ironborn. I had two reasons for this. Firstly, since the Martells have made him a scapegoat, he might decide to throw in his lot with the Lannisters and Tyrells as a means of escape and payback. He could try to clear his name and gain their trust by attacking the king's enemies. He could present himself as a true knight, loyal to the crown, who has been falsely blamed by those lying Martells for their own treason. Cersei at least would believe this story. She has a weakness for dashing, untrustworthy bad boys with passing resemblances to Rhaegar. And she is a bad judge of character. Wouldn't it be just like her to fall for the actual man who tried to murder her daughter? Another part of this theory was my idea that rather than Dawn, which isn't really suited to Darkstar style anyway, he would acquire his own sword. He is of the night and not the morning. Dark Valyrian steel is a much better fit for him than Dawn. And it just so happens that one of the Ironborn, Hadas Harlaw, has a Valyrian steel sword that is up for sale to a deadly fighter who can pay the iron price. And the sword's name is Nightfall. Implausible, I admit, but I couldn't resist the thematic appeal. Okay, so there's a lot here, but a lot that I would love to sort of pick up on. First of all, let's dig into Darkstar, Gerald Dane. He's a book-only character, so if you're not 100% certain of who he is, that's fine. He is from a cadet branch of House Dane, and he is kind of enlisted in with Arianne's rather abortive plot to put Myrcella onto the throne. That all goes wrong. He rushes off and is now being hunted down by the Martells. So the question we have to ask ourselves is, where does he go? Anywhere in Dawn now, he's potentially in danger. So my working theory has been for a little while now that he probably will. We know that he thinks himself in the shadow of Arthur Dayne, who was the legendary greatest fighter in the land, last holder of the Sword Dawn, Sword of the Morning. Maybe he decides, you know what, I'm an outlaw already. I'll go and grab that sword for myself. I will declare myself the Sword of the Morning, and I will go with there, and he'll hear about Fagon's invasion. Young Griff's invasion, and he will think, okay, why don't I tie myself to the king? The invasion goes fine, they win King's Landing. He presents himself there as a potential member of the Kingsguard, which appeals to young Griff. This is a famous name, and the Sword of the Morning. This would bring echoes of Arthur Dayne. We know already that John Connington has been thinking the members of the Kingsguard, they should be symbolic. They should also be trying to bring favors from big houses. So this idea that you might get Gerald Dane joining the Kingsguard seems to work. And that brings the Sword Dawn into play. at some point I'll do a proper video on it, but it would not surprise me if that has a big role to play in the story to come. And so that coming to King's Landing would bring that sword into play. But that said, what if he takes the darker route? He is Darkstar, after all. What if he takes the darker route and instead of going to join the King King Aegon VI, maybe he decides to go and join forces with Cersei. And all the things you say here are absolutely right. She does have a soft spot for people with a passing resemblance to Rhaegar. She is a very bad judge of character. She would very clearly see this as this is a win for me, having this guy on my side. She wouldn't see the Martells as being against her. She'd just see, well, of course they are. That wouldn't be a loss to her. I also really like this idea that his sword should be Nightfall, because he is the sword of the evening, effectively. He's not the sword of the morning, holding dawn. He is Darkstar, so he is Nightfall. And that works really well for me. So all of that kind of hangs together. So, might this be the case? I think it's possible. The fact is, though, that Darkstar appears to be a plot necessary character, by which I mean George R. R. Martin hasn't just created a cool character for no reason whatsoever. There was a need for a Dane in this story. The biggest example we have of when he abandoned the 5-year time break, which I'm sure most of you know. At one point, he was planning on there being a 5-year time break between books, just so all of the characters can age up a little bit, the dragons can get a bit bigger. He eventually abandoned that. However, that meant that one small character, Ned Dane, who we meet, also doesn't get to age up, and he's decided that clearly that whatever that character was intended to do, he needs another Dane who is older to do it. And so he created Darkstar for that purpose. This is accepted wisdom among the fandom at the very least. So he seems to have a plot imperative for him being there, and given the fact that he's not just going to be this paragon of virtue coming in holding the sword Dawn, it's going to be a lot more complicated than that. He is, however, almost certainly, I think, the person who will bring the Sword Dawn into the main part of the story. And for me, that is going to be more likely to be King's Landing than it will be hiding out with Cersei. So Magrafrost 13 saying, I have so many tinfoils I'd love to hear your take on, but I'll start with one of my own. Balerion injured himself. I think this is actually just the most straightforward explanation as to what happened to Balerion while he was off with Arya. Balerion wounded himself in a desperate attempt to rid himself of the very same parasites that infected Arya. When you look at what we know about these parasites, that they could reach the size at least of a human forearm and needed very high heat to survive, I think it makes sense to imagine they would be wanting to infect dragons more than humans. If we wanted to get really crazy with this idea, we could even suggest that Balerion didn't succeed, was infected with parasites for the rest of his life, and possibly even got the other dragons in the pit infected with the same parasites, which contributed to their stunted growth. Okay, so I really like the thinking here. For those who don't know, this is a Fire and Blood story. This is Arya Targaryen, the princess back in the time of King Jaehaerys, who... for various reasons, jumped on top of Balerion, the Black Dread, claimed him, this greatest, oldest, fiercest dragon of them all, but then clearly couldn't control him, and he flew off, we think, to Valyria, and they were there for a year or more, maybe even as much as 18 months, before they kind of arrived back. This is George R. R. Martin just sort of bringing out the horror for a little while. We see Arya being brought in to be treated. She's clearly not in a good way. There's some things wriggling under her skin. Turns out these are some kind of fireworms. One of them is as large as her forearm. They seem to die after being put into an ice bath. So, the clear implication is wherever she went, presumably Valyria, she got infected in some way. These things grew under her skin, and then Balerion brought her back, and they got dealt with. So that's the bit of the story that we focus on most. But the other bit that Septon Bath himself kind of like notes as an afterpoint, that Balerion, the mightiest dragon we know of, was injured as well. And there's two sets of marks. There's one set of marks which had healed over, so presumably had been something that happened quite a bit ago. And there was a fresh mark that was still bleeding, so presumably attacked. And the suggestion is maybe they were attacked by something when they... And that's why Balerion decided eventually to leave. Now, that's where Septon Bath goes down, the route that he goes down. He thinks that this looks like there was another beast out there that was strong enough to take on Balerion, but Balerion escaped. So that's our kind of default. Septon Bath is generally right about these kinds of things. But might it have been Balerion himself scratching away to try and get rid of these parasites? I mean, firstly, is that an effective way of doing it? Perhaps not. I mean, I'm not a dragon scientist, but you can decide that for yourself. I do like the idea. I do like the idea that the real danger was these parasites, and Balerion was just trying to scratch them out, but Arya couldn't or wouldn't or didn't for whatever reason. I do like the idea that clearly Arya Targaryen's body was burning hot. As a Targaryen, she could just about survive it. Arya Targaryen's body was burning hot. Presumably these fireworms would have also happily settled in Balerion. So all of that kind of makes sense. The bit, though, that I'm not sure about here is this idea that Balerion might therefore have sort of carried on being infected and infected the other dragons, and this affected why the dragons died out. So they were away for 12 to 18 months, which seems to have been enough time for whatever these were to grow inside Arya's body. Presumably they would have carried on growing or multiplying. And yet Balerion, after that, lived for a long time, nearly 40 years, in fact. So the Arya Targaryen returned in the year 56 AC. Balerion died in the year 94 AC. So nearly 40 years. In that time, we don't read of any hints of Balerion being in pain, of there being parasites in Balerion, or Balerion sort of scratching himself again. We don't get any of that. So that doesn't seem to kind of work, nor does this idea that he passed something on to the other dragons which might have affected them later, because, again, of the passage of time. He died in the year 94 AC. We certainly didn't seem to have any problems all the way through to the Dance of the Dragons, which is, again, another nearly 40 years' time. And the last dragon actually died in year 153. So we're now talking like a century after they've returned. And in that time, nothing, no hints of any fireworms in dead dragons, in no hints of any parasites going on, no discomfort, nothing. So I think I'm confident to say no, it wasn't that. But I really like the thinking. Maybe some of the scratching was, but I also love this idea that there is a massive monster somewhere. George R. R. Martin wants us to think there is a massive monster somewhere in Valyria that just has not escaped at any point. Late escapist. You had a few theories. I picked the few to go with, so apologies for not doing all of them. Saying, here's my tinfoil. Varys Blackfire. I believe Varys is a Blackfire, but not some forgotten brother of Sarah Blackfire. I believe Varys is Varys is Sarah Blackfire, wife of Illyrio and mother of Aegon VI. We only have Varys' word on his castration or any part of his life before becoming a spy master in Pentos. A plump, bald eunuch would be a pretty good disguise for a woman seeking to infiltrate the court of a rival monarch. The weight would hide her feminine curves, and baldness would remove the most suspicion of her actual gender. Throw in a colourful story about childhood castration. She's got a fairly airtight cover story. And then you say, perhaps Sarah decided that after 5 failed rebellions, it was time for the Blackfires to change tactics. Perhaps Varys didn't meet Illyrio when he was some poor bravo in the streets of Bravos, but rather a Bravosi sellsword enlisted with the Golden Company. Perhaps they fell in love and concocted a scheme to take down the Targaryen dynasty from the inside. Okay, so this is an interesting one. And there's a lot of Varys is secretly this, Varys is secretly that, for obvious reasons, because he's a very suspicious character. He's clearly a very capable actor. So might he be a woman? Might he further be the wife of Illyrio and mother, therefore, of Aegon VI, Aegon? Well, I agree that we only have his word on the eunuch story, and he certainly does seem to be a very competent actor. He's kept up this now for 20 years, plus probably some more. 20 years or so working for the Targaryens and then Baratheons/Lannisters. Which is a very long time to have a secret identity. Doesn't mean it's impossible, but it's a very, very long time. I think more importantly, if you're saying we've got this 20 or so year block, then before that, that's when he was making his name known in Pentos, and word of that came to Aerys II. So he must have had the same identity then as well. Because it doesn't make sense at all that Varys thought that he was going to be hiring some woman who then turns out, actually, no, I'm a eunuch now. That doesn't make sense. He has to have had this previous identity before that. So we've got 20 plus years of Varys being Varys as we know him. Tyrion, when he looks at young Griff, thinks, here's a child of maybe 15. So that doesn't quite work out. The timing wise is that we'd have to have had Varys appear later in King's Landing for him to have been her mother. Then we also, I mean, if that timing didn't sort of nail the point, I think the other thing I would say is we do actually see Varys and Illyrio together when they think that they're alone. It's an unguarded moment. This is through Arya's eyes, book 1. They're walking through underneath King's Landing. They think they're talking top secret stuff. They think that they're alone. And Illyrio twice calls Varys old friend or my friend. This is not a meeting of lovers. This is not a meeting of a married couple. This is old friends who are treating each other as old friends. So yes, I like the thinking, but this doesn't work for me. Second one, you say Euron is a skin changer. I think this theory is credible because the rumours about the far winds of the Lonely Light hint at the existence of ironborn skin changers, and it would explain how Euron is able to operate a ship crewed by mutes, and why that crew has never mutinied against the man who maimed them. I'm also convinced that the maiming is a part of the process by which Euron is able to skin change humans. I think Euron tortures people to break their spirits and reduces them to an animalistic state wherein they're easier to skin change. I know I'm not the first to assume that Bran is able to skin change Hodor because of his diminished mental capacity. And if Hold the Door is book canon, then Bran will inadvertently make Hodor susceptible to his own skin changing powers by retroactively psychically lobotomizing him. Yes. Close time loop. So, is Euron a skin changer? I actually quite like this. I have to say. So clearly, he has some kind of the imagery, Greenseer type imagery, with the one-eyed crow thing going on. Um, he talks about having a dream of flying, or when he was a child, which fits in the same with Bran. He drinks the shade of the evening, which seems to be kind of like a dark version of the Weirwood paste, which opens up his third eye and gives him sort of prophetic visions, that kind of stuff, the same way that Weirwood paste sort of works for Bran. So we've got a lot of this kind of, he's a dark mirror opposite of, say, Bloodbraid. And with that, therefore, we do have to wonder whether or not he's got some kind of, if he's got some kind of Greenseer powers, does he have some kind of skin-changing powers? So it's very possible. I think you talk about his crew. I think that the one thing that I would talk about more, focus on more actually, is the Dusky Woman. Now, the Dusky Woman, he gives, when he sends Victarion off to Slavers Bay, he basically says, go get me some dragons. Here is a wonderful dragon horn. You can blow this and bind the dragons and bring them back, and then bring Daenerys back for me to marry. And Victarion is there going, ha ha, but Euron doesn't realize he's given me the power to do all of these things, and I'm just going to double cross him. And then Euron says, "Oh, and also, do you want this woman? She's kind of hot." And Victarion's like, "Yeah, I'm not accepting that gift." And it's like, "Yeah, he never really got around to getting rid of her, so she just kind of like hangs around as well." We always have to remember George R. R. Martin is very clear about Victarion. He says that Victarion is, and this is a direct quote, thick as a stump. Clearly, Euron is playing him. Victarion thinks that he can do what he wants, and Euron is actually behind the scenes in control of what's going on. The Dusky Woman, this woman that was given as a gift, is there with him all the time. She's his bedmate. She's sort of going around. She's a mute as well, and she is a gift from Euron. And Victarion even thinks 4 separate times in the story, he thinks all of Euron's gifts are poison. He thinks this. He knows this deep inside. This gift, the Dusky Woman, this isn't a gift. This is poison in some way. How is this going to be poison? Well, I think the most logical is that this somehow Euron can see through her in some way. He, in my mind, is perhaps skin changing through her, and so he can see what's going on all the time, and he can sort of control things from afar. So that would be my take. We don't have absolute information on this. The fact that the Dusky Woman is as a poisoned gift in some way, I think, is pretty clear. The fact that Euron will want to know what's going on is also pretty clear. It seems likely that that Victarion's arrival happens at about the same time as Euron's sea battle. So the horn is going to be blown for the dragons sometime around the time that Euron's got the sea battle that he has been deliberately delaying, incidentally. This is just a mild observation. He seems to care about the timing of this battle. One of his other abilities seems to be like this wind magic thing, which he seems to be able to do, which is slowing down the ships coming towards him. So, yes, is the short answer. I think he probably can skin change, and I think he's skin changing into the Dusky Woman, possibly the crew of his boat as well, but that would be quite a feat to skin change into all of them. Another theory, Melora Hightower. is the woman with hands of white fire from Aaron's Shade of the Evening vision. I know a lot of people think it's Cersei. This is Late Escapist saying this. I know a lot of people think it's Cersei, but I think that's only because they got together on the show. And I think that's very unlikely in the books, because for one, Cersei will likely to be overthrown by Aegon VI and flee to Casterly Rock before Euron gets anywhere near King's Landing. Also, Cersei has nothing to offer Euron that he couldn't just take. The only thing Euron really seems to care about is power, but not the power of a king or a high lord. Euron wants the power of a god, and the only thing that offers a path to that is magic. Melora has been at the top of the High Tower studying magic with her father for 10 years. Bearing in mind she probably has a lot more in common with Euron than Cersei does. And Euron is probably attacking Old Town because he wants access to all the magic secrets they're sitting on. So in true High Tower fashion, it's likely that Melora's father Leighton will capitulate to Euron rather than fight him to the bitter end. And if allying himself with the High Towers through a marriage to Melora gets him to the magic faster than a siege, Euron will likely accept those terms. Okay, so we're looking for the identity of a woman in... So Euron, damp hair, is given the Shade of the Evening. He has a couple of visions which are horrible, distorted, the kinds of things. One of which is Euron, kind of Azor Kraken himself, sat on the Iron Throne, and by his side is this woman with hands of white fire. Now, I and many others have speculated perhaps this is Cersei, because she's many times being described as having this kind of pale white skin. And what if it's not? What if it's someone else? Now, who is it at his side? His initial plan was to get Daenerys. That plan is not going to work. Partly because Victarion is not going to be able to deliver, and partly because Dany herself is not there. And even when she comes back, is not about to go, oh yeah, Euron, I'll marry him. So that bit is not going to happen. Why might it be Cersei? Well, Cersei, I think you're very right. I think she's going to get kicked out of King's Landing at some point in the Winds of Winter. I think she's going to escape to the only place that she thinks would be safe, which is Casterly Rock. I agree with all of that. Why might she and Euron get together? I don't think it's just about the show. I think it does make kind of sense to him as well, because if she is willing to join forces with him, then that adds the power of Casterly Rock to him, in the same way that he wanted to marry Daenerys, not because he liked her as a person, he'd never met her, but because he wants the power associated with her. So it's entirely possible that it could be Cersei, and I think it matches the kind of the dark road that she's definitely going down. Might this actually be Melora Hightower? I understand your thinking. We've not met her, so we don't know quite how magical she is. The hints are that there is magic going on there. Might he be bought off by Lord Leighton by saying, here, marry my daughter, and he goes, oh, okay, that's fine, and goes away? That doesn't seem to be Euron's way. I think, yes, he is there but for magical knowledge, but from the Citadel as much as Old Town itself. So, I mean, I don't hate this. I think it's entirely possible. The High Towers do have a role to play. They've been so quiet in this story. We will definitely hear more from the High Towers in the next book. But probably not. But I couldn't be 100% certain. Finally, we get this thought that the Weirwoods are the physical manifestation of the magic of Westeros. Maybe each continent on Planetos has its own magic tree that is a manifestation of the land's magic. Either way, I believe that all the magic of Planetos is connected to nature. I think it's possible that the magic of Planetos manifests in various ways through the features of the land, such as the 14 flames of old Valyria, but the trees are the purest manifestation of that magic. I suspect that the corruption of the Weirwoods, or rather the corruption of the magic of Westeros, occurred when the first men began cutting cutting down the southern weirwood trees, and it was exacerbated when the Andals cut down even more. Furthermore, I suspect that the decimation of weirwood trees in Westeros is the actual cause of the imbalance of the seasons, and that the carving of faces into and blood sacrifices to the trees are means of compensating for the reduced and therefore imbalanced magic of Westeros. Well, there's a big theory going on there. One thing I would definitely agree with, I think that the weirwoods are Westeros. They're expressions of Westeros itself and therefore the magic of Westeros. If we understand the Weirwood network as being just that, this network that goes underground, joining up all of the Weirwood trees across Westeros, then what we have actually is an organism, and there's a special scientific name for this. If you're watching this live, I'm sure one of the moderators or someone will put a link to what the proper name for this massive organization, massive organism that has lots of different things you can see above the surface, but in reality it's all joined underneath. And actually, while I'm at it, moderators, thank you. If you're there, then I'm sure you're doing as fantastic a job as you normally do. So thank you very much for that. And also patrons, while I remember to thank people, patrons, I hugely appreciate it. Your support is what allows me to keep going, keep doing this. So thank you. If you do want to support this channel, the best way to do that is via Patreon. There is a link down in the description. But yes, so Weirwoods, I seem to be covering the entirety, basically, very broadly, of Westeros. So are an expression of Westeros as a whole. I think I wouldn't say that each continent has its own magic, personally. My instinct is that all magic, at one point I will do that long-threatened video on how magic works and what magic is in this world, but my instinct is that it all comes... It's part of the way this operates, and so therefore comes from the same kind of source. It's just, this is a magical world, not like we're having these clear delineations of this type of magic, that type of magic, the magic of this continent, the magic of that continent. I do like the idea, but I don't think that's the way this is working. One thing I would add, though, in terms of the Weirwoods and Westeros, is a sort of more meta point that I think George R. R. Martin is trying to make here, which is about the Weirwood network being the memories and lived experiences of Westeros, and playing that up against the written and recorded histories. Now, as I say, this is more of a meta commentary. I think that George R. R. Martin is developing through this, which is to create these two different styles of understanding the world, which he's doing through the two different writing styles that he has created. We've got the main story, A Song of Ice and Fire, and also Dunk and Egg, which are written from first-person POV. We see everything that a person experiences. That may or may not be accurate and truthful. They will be bound by their own biases. They'll be bound by what they can see and experience around them. They won't know what's going on with other people. But it is a lived experience. The second way he's writing is as a written history. The World of Ice and Fire, Fire and Blood, written as an attempted objective history of what was going on. This is going on here. We're not restricted to any one person's POV. We're trying to establish what happened as a whole. And I think George R. R. Martin is, at a meta level, creating these two different ways of recording experience and life. And it'll be interesting to see where we end up with that. Does the written get burnt down, as many people suspect with Old Town? Do the Weirwoods survive and retain that lived experience memory, which many people expect to happen? Or are we going to get the Weirwood trees burned down and the Age of Reason that the Maesters have been looking for rolled out? There's a number of different possibilities here, but I think he is at a bit higher level, using this as a kind of like a more narrative tool. Mara Lee with a question or tinfoil theory that Varys is a merman. Now, I did years ago. I did do one of these tinfoil Thursdays, and that was one of the big questions there. So, is he? Well, I mean, this theory it's been around the fandom for a little while. I think the biggest evidence that comes up for this is this conversation he has with Tyrion. Tyrion talks about he's sort of half joking, half serious about maybe pushing Varys off the side of a boat. And Varys says this: "You might be disappointed by the result. The storms come and go, the waves crash overhead, the big fish eat the little fish, and I keep on paddling." Now, is this a confession to being a merman or a fish or anything? No. It's a very long way from that. Basically, it's Varys saying that he's a survivor. Now, Tyrion does not take it as a wait, what? You're a merman? He did that thought isn't anywhere near his mind. He just takes it in the way that it would appear to be intended, just as a, yeah, don't worry, I'll survive. I keep on going. And this is the Varys. He says this in a number of different ways to a number of different characters. When he basically says, "Look, these kings rise and fall around me. I just keep going. I survive. I manage to carry on," and that's a sort of a thread through what he says to people. So I don't think that's the confession. Other bits of evidence have been sort of come forth, like his smile is sometimes mentioned as being slimy. We obviously don't see his legs all that much. He doesn't have a proper bed in his room. He's just got like this kind of like hard sleeping pallet thing going on. Is that because actually he doesn't sleep like a normal person? He goes and swims out. I don't think any of this is actually in any way conclusive. So I love it. I think it's fun, but there is no evidence for this that works, and the motivations for him then. Who knows? Why would a merman wish to become Master of Whispers in King's Landing? Anyway, second question. Did Rhaegar, Tinfoil, did Rhaegar survive Robert's rebellion and is hiding out as one of the current characters in A Song of Ice and Fire? Again, with this one, I think we're facing, and I know you know this already, Mara, but we're facing a lack of evidence for this and a mountain of evidence against it. The mountain of evidence against it is that Rhaegar was killed on the Trident. Thousands of people saw him killed, and he was buried. George R. Martin has confirmed his body was burned in the traditional Targaryen style. I mean, it was sort of a throwaway remark from him, but it's quite an interesting one. It implies that his body was treated with respect in some way after the battle, which you'd perhaps not expect Robert Baratheon to do. But it does act as a confirmation that George R. Martin said that he does have a body in as much as he's dead. Yeah, the mountain of evidence is there that he's dead. I know some people say, "Oh, but there were rubies in his breastplate. Maybe this is maybe there was a glamour placed upon him, somebody else taken over as his body." Leaving aside the logistical issues about whether or not that would still work when they're dead, then and why he wouldn't go there. Why he wouldn't be involved in the battle when he very clearly thought he was going to win. He says to Jaime when he's heading off to it, "When I return." He's no thought in his brain about the fact that he wouldn't win this battle. So that's none of that kind of hangs together. But then it's like, who could he be? Let's say he did fake his own death. So what then? He doesn't go back for Lyanna. He just leaves her. He doesn't get in contact with any of the other characters that we know. And then now he's in hiding as someone. Who is there that we've got any kind of clue that this might be him? He is, let's not forget, one of the most famous people in the entire Seven Kingdoms. So he couldn't just like whack on a wig and hope to get away with it. He was there as the winner, the star person in the biggest tourney that they'd had for ages. Everybody saw him. Even if they didn't know him before that, they knew who he was then. He was there showing himself because he was putting himself forward as the future king. So he is incredibly famous, and we've got nobody who seems to kind of match that description, or indeed what kind of motivations he'd have. Would he not have tried to get in contact with his siblings at all? Would he not have tried to find out what happened to Lyanna? We don't get any of this. There's literally no hint of this. So I like the thinking, but no, I think that George R. Martin has very clearly written a line under this. Michelle Raimo saying, "Hi Robert, do you think that Jon will find out who he is from a dragon dream or vision from the old gods while he's dead?" While he's dead, no, I don't think so. I don't think he will die per se. I think he's going to, his spirit will go into Ghost's body. So I don't think that that's when he's going to have any kind of like weird visions like this. I think he's going to be living a wolf's life. How I think he will get this information is from one of the obvious places. Howland Reed, George R. Martin has said, Howland Reed knows too much. He's only going to appear later on in the story. So possibly Howland Reed, possibly Bran, going out through the Weirwood network and seeing stuff and beyond, and seeing stuff. Possibly, I think it's an outside chance, possibly Sam might find on the TV show he found evidence of Jon's parentage in Old Town. It's possible. But I think Howland Reed or Bran are more likely. Are the Iron Islanders an ancient mariner civilization who fled the great empire of the Dawn and sailed around Ahai or Ulthos from the other way round, which is why the Far Winds say they came from across the Sunset Sea and why they should sail back? So the Far Winds, they're on the Lonely Light, the furthest of the Iron Islands. And they're very different to the rest of the Iron Islanders, and their origin story is that they came from the west, not from the east or from the sea, as some of the Iron Islanders say. So might this be true? It's possible. Personally, I think the Iron Islanders as a whole almost certainly first men. If you look at the way that they're described physically, you look at the names that they have. George R. Martin is not a philologist, but he's got an instinctive understanding for and love of language, and so when you look at the names, like Theon is a name from the Iron Islands and from the north, so there's quite a bit of crossover there, and the culturally, yes, they've grown up with very seagoing culture, but beyond that, it's the feel of it is very similar to the Northerners. This very kind of grim outlook that we're up against the elements, but we will survive. That kind of idea is there. And then also, we don't need to go into the detail of this another time maybe, Naga's ribs. Those, what they claim are a sea dragon's ribs. These white, tall things on Old Wick, they still seem to me to feel like the remains of a grove of weirwood trees, which turn to white stone over time. So if I had to guess, it's probably their first men. Perhaps that the Iron Islands were cut off from the mainland during the Hammer of the Waters, or perhaps, which seems to have done a huge amount across that middle part of Westeros, or perhaps they just sailed there and settled. I don't know. I don't see any particular evidence the Iron Islanders as a whole came from anywhere other than Westeros. The Far Winds, it's possible that some people did sail there from the west. They are a little bit different. Did Aegon IV poison Viserys II to take the throne early. Possibly. So Aegon the Fourth, this is Aegon the Unworthy, and Viserys the Second. So Viserys II, he was the brother of Aegon the Third, who was the king just after the Dance of the Dragons, and he was Hand of the King to his brother, and then to his sons, before finally inheriting the Iron Throne himself. It sort of went back a generation because neither of those two kings had children themselves. So Viserys became king, and then just a year later, having ruled the kingdom effectively as Hand of the King for a very long time, just a year later died, and Aegon IV took over. It's mentioned in The World of Ice and Fire. There are rumours, there are people who were suspicious that perhaps Aegon IV killed him with poison so that he could become king earlier. We have to be honest, this is one of those things that George R. Martin has not given us the information on yet. We haven't had Fire and Blood Part 2, Blood and Fire, so we don't know the ins and outs of this. Does it fit with the character of Aegon IV? Well, he was Aegon IV for a reason, Aegon the Unworthy for a reason. So it wouldn't surprise, I think, any of us if he did. Poison doesn't really seem his way, but then equally maybe somebody thought that they would benefit. He was throwing around gifts and with largesse all the time. Maybe somebody else thought, oh, I can make this guy king very quickly, and I will benefit from that. So it's entirely possible somebody else did it. Viserys himself, he was only 50, and he seemed to have been in good health, and seemed to have been very competently running the kingdom when he was there. So it does seem a little bit odd. So if I had to guess at the moment, I would say yes. But that's a guess just from the kind of circumstantial evidence that we've got, and we'll have to reassess this when we do get Fire and Blood Part 2. Okay, so 3 more questions. Dick Crabs Squire. Why are young Griff's team so desperate for dragon lore from Tyrion? One of Haldon's first dialogues with him is an argument about what dragon was killed by Swan in the Dance of the Dragons, and then they task him with writing down all he knows on the subject. Wouldn't a member of either the Blackfire or the Targaryens know much of this already? If young Griff was a Blackfire from the female line, I think his mother would have instructed him in his youth. Griff destroyed Illyrio's letter concerning Tyrion, obviously something in there he didn't want the imp to know. Could Illyrio have informed Griff that Tyrion may possess enough knowledge for the team to pass off some Valyrian fraud found in the Free Cities, pass off some Valyrian fraud found in the Free Cities off as a Targaryen? So why are they wanting this information from Tyrion? Well, first of all, that letter, yes, I'm pretty sure it did say this guy knows a lot about dragons. You can learn from him. That seems obvious. Whatever else was in the letter, that bit seems pretty clear. The first thing that Haldon does is engage Tyrion on some rather esoteric talk of dragons, and Tyrion shows that he's got the knowledge. So that basically was a test. Haldon was testing, does this guy actually have the depth of knowledge that we want? But why? Why do they need this? Surely if they're Targaryens or Blackfires, they'd have all the knowledge they need about dragons. Well, the answer, I think, is no, they wouldn't. So the Blackfires would know at best the same as the Targaryens at that period of time when they split off. And then, by that point, they'd had 2-3 generations of no dragons. So all of this knowledge had gone. We'd had a period of knowledge being purged and literally burned by Baelor the Blessed. He would burn things from people like Septon Bath, who wrote about dragons, among many other things. So the Blackfires and the Targaryens were in a position of not much knowledge. In the same way that Daenerys, many years later, she doesn't know any of the secrets about how to ride a dragon. She just clambered onto Balerion's back and not Balerions, Drogon's back, and they went off flying. And she's there going, I'm sure that the old Valerians used to have like these dragon horns, and she doesn't know how to do any of this. So the Targaryens and the Blackfires don't really have the knowledge anymore. And there are reasons for that. Passage of time, Baelor the Blessed, but mostly it's because suddenly it didn't seem quite as important, because dragons weren't around, and nobody expected them to be around again, pretty much ever. So that's why. Suddenly they hear dragons are back. Daenerys has got dragons. We've not been training him for dragons. We're expecting him to be launching this normal invasion, and then suddenly we've got dragons to deal with, and we don't know about dragons. So this person has stumbled into their lap who knows a lot about dragons. Yes, it makes absolute sense to say, write it all down. We need to know this, because at this moment in time, the plan is they're going to go south and meet up with Dany and her dragons, and then they will jointly go and invade Westeros. Dany doesn't know any of this, of course, but that's their plan. So they think that he's going to meet up with them, and they probably, in the back of their minds, going, yeah, and he can probably ride one of those dragons as well. He's not been brought up thinking he could ride a dragon, because dragons don't exist. So any information they can get, they will happily use. Alexander the Just Okay saying, here's another theory. Theon killed his kids. If I recall correctly, he was a few years older than Robb, and we know from his own POV that he had slept with the miller's wife more than once. When he killed the miller's kids in guise as Bran and Rickon, could the younger lad representing Rickon be his own son? As much as I remember, we aren't told or see anyone being called a kinslayer for killing a ward sibling, and also I don't recall him killing any of his own blood. Is being repeatedly called a kinslayer George R. R. Martin's way of implying, hey, maybe he is. Maybe this miller's boy's son was his own. Oh, poor Theon. Yeah, so I really like this as a thought. So we get this is after Theon has taken Winterfell, and Bran and Rickon have escaped, and he's trying to cover his tracks, and he's trying to. How does he do this? Well, kill a couple of small boys, pretend they're Bran and Rickon, cover them in tar. Nobody will ever know. They're dead. I'm powerful. That's what he decides to do. And the boys that he picks on are these miller's sons. This is Mill just outside Winterfell. And he thinks about the woman, the miller's wife, that he had, his words, tumbled her once or twice. So this wasn't a regular thing. This was like a once or twice. Now, from his memory, she seems to be a willing participant. We don't know the truth of that, but that seems to have been what was going on. So could one or more of these children actually be his? We don't know. He doesn't know. The thought doesn't seem to cross his mind. And I think we can just say it's possible. And I do, however, like this idea that although we'd have to look at the ages, whether the ages really work out. When did he sleep with the miller's wife? We don't know this. How old was the youngest one? The youngest one must have been about, give or take, Rickon's age, so 3 years. So this would seem to imply 4 years ago. How old was Rickon 4 years ago? We could go through all those calculations, but I think I would agree with you on this central point that George R. R. Martin repeatedly emphasizes Theon as kinslayer. And people call it to his face. The Hooded Man, we talked about a while ago, the Hooded Man calls him kinslayer. This is not them saying, I think you killed some people who you didn't know about this, but were actually secretly, that was your son. none of that. This is what they say because he was brought up as brothers to Bran and Rickon, and they think he killed Bran and Rickon, so they're calling him a kinslayer. It's a huge accusation, but they think that the crime is worth it. It is the equivalent of it. Because kinslayer is anathema, Westeros. So, the fact that he is called this repeatedly, and Theon repeatedly reacts against this by saying, no, they weren't, or thinking it, they weren't my sons. Sorry, they weren't my brothers. I didn't kill Bran and Rickon, I killed those other random kids. The fact that he keeps on going through this does mean that, yeah, George R. R. Martin's mind may well work to that. Well, that would be a cruel irony that he is being called a kinslayer for something he didn't do, kill Bran and Rickon, and yet maybe he actually is a kinslayer for something he did do. So, but he doesn't know. The result of all of this is that he doesn't know, he will never find out, and we're probably never going to find out. But George R. R. Martin has left it in there as a possibility, as a way for us to go, oh, okay, so here's an extra layer of tragedy for Theon. Okay, Warren Blythe. My favourite tinfoil theory is the Robert Strong zombie actually did have his head sent to Dawn. And then they replaced the Mountain's head with Robb Stark's head. As far as I can tell, they paraded Robert's body around. This is Robb Stark's body around with a direwolf head after the Red Wedding. So where is his head? Most likely sent back to King's Landing, as proof he is dead. They like to display heads of defeated enemies in King's Landing. It's right around this time a monstrously huge head is sent to Dawn as proof the Mountain is dead. It seems really weird we never hear about Robb's head. And if the Mountain's head is too huge, this new knight wearing a huge head armor with normal little head plopped on there might be why people can't see anything behind those eye holes. It makes a certain sixth sense that Qyburn and Cersei might slap this newly arrived rotting head onto the Mountain's already rotting body and call it Robert Strong, an echo of Robb Stark there. If it works, they could even claim the king in the north is now serving Cersei. And plus, if Cersei flees King's Landing and returns to Castle Rock, and Robb's wife Jane Westling is going to Castle Rock, it could lead to a heart-rending reunion. I don't deny any of those things which would be horrible. I do think, so we get basically the head. Theon promises the Dornish he will send the head of the Mountain to them as a gesture of goodwill. He's trying to get he's realised that having tried to get the Dornish on side by inviting Doran Martell to come and join the small council, and having Marcella over there, Oberyn turns up and Oberyn dies. They're still not in good graces, so his thinking is we'll send and this is, by this point he's obviously in the Black Cells himself, but Tywin's thinking is we'll send the head. They can have this, they've got their revenge on the Mountain, let's just move on. So a head does arrive, and it is a huge head. So they seem to accept this in Dawn as this is the Mountain's head. There's no reason to think not. Various people have theorized that this might not be the Mountain's head. I see no particular reason why it wouldn't be. I think that they have sent it down. I think that gets them them being the Lannisters, some small sort of positive note with the Dornish. But what then about Robert Strong? So if we're taking the head off of the Zombie Mountain, if we're sure, as we all are, I think, that the Zombie Mountain, Robert Strong is Zombie Mountain, what then? We don't see, this is the first thing to say, is we do not see his head. He's in full plate armor. He's always in full plate armor with a full plate helmet, which covers everything and seems to be joined on. No one can see anything. It's pitch black behind the eye holes. You can't see a thing. He definitely doesn't take the helmet off, doesn't eat, doesn't sleep. My working assumption is that they just got rid of the head and just put the helmet on, and that's why you can't see anything. He's reanimated the body without the head. You don't need a head. If this is a pure zombie body, you don't need the head anymore. The brain is not controlling the body, it's being controlled by magical forces. So that's my working theory. Might they have taken Rob's head? Rob's head, as far as we're aware, never made it to King's Landing. I suspect if they did, as you say, they like putting heads on spikes at King's Landing. I suspect if it ever did arrive at King's Landing, they would have put it on a spike to show everyone we've killed Robb Stark. They prove it, claim the victory for themselves. That is what pretty much all of the Lannisters would do. I think that's a reasonable enough evidence to say that it never arrived there. If they did, they would want to make some show and dance of it, not hide it inside a helmet that nobody will ever know except them. That doesn't quite work out for me. So I think, as much as I like the logic and the idea, I think the most likely horror is actually an even greater horror. We've not got a kind of a Frankenstein type, we'll put a new head onto an old body. It's actually, we've got a body animated with no head. As I say, pretty horrible already. Okay, and with that, this, as I say, this is a pre-recorded live stream, but put more comments down there if you're watching this back a bit later, because I will do another one of these Tinfoil Theory ones at some point, and I will look back at this and the last one. I know people put some comments down there. What's your tinfoil theory you'd like me to have a sort of just talk around, basically? Put it down in the comments, and I will pick out from this one and the last video and make another random Tinfoil Thursday. But I will be back next week. As I say, I don't know exactly when this is going up, but I will be back next Thursday with another live stream. Maybe another pre-recorded one, who knows? Maybe I'll be there live, but I will be there at the normal time on Thursday. Until then, if you're watching this back a bit later, appearing somewhere around here is a link to other live streams that I do, and appearing somewhere around here is a link to my Patreon page, which is the best way to support this channel if you wish to do so. But that is all for this time. Thank you so much for all of the questions. Thank you, moderators in the chat. Thank you, patrons. I will be back same time next week. Take care.